What up, party people? It's your boy Barely Allen coming at you with some extraordinary gaming. You know how that is. You know what we do here. We're all about that. Everybody, welcome. It's great to see everybody again. I apologize that it's been so long, but I had some personal things to make sure that I had taken care of. So, and now we're all set with it. So everything's okay now. So, um, we had the loss of a family member, and there was a lot to deal with for it. Really great person. Definitely someone I'd talk about more privately, not openly on stream necessarily, but yeah, it was a little rough. So I do appreciate any understanding for the delay. Um, it's been a while. It's been about 2 weeks. We left off doing a nice little handful of some role playing and stuff. So I think that's kind of where we're gonna head now too. So we're gonna kind of let that run and see what we can pull off. Um, yeah, we played a little bit of GTA 5. And those who are aware, we've been role playing as Dick Johnson. He's a he's a dad from the Midwest. Don't you know, he's the sweetest little guy. He's a little bit of an interesting fella. He makes some good choices, but all around he's pretty much the example of a failed midlife crisis. Uh, he he left cold weather and he went to warm weather and abandoned his entire family. May or may not have faked his death, but that's something that we have to ask him about. So, um, yeah, anyone who knows the role playing kind of process here, we're gonna get a little well off to get started before we go ahead and start our role playing. Um, whilst I do this jump and kind of go through this, do again want to thank everyone for their patience. And yes, it is something I will discuss with people privately, not necessarily openly on stream. So if you have any questions, please just let me know. That being said, I hope you were supporting Mr. Danye West while I was gone, because he's just the bomb.com. So you definitely got to be making sure that you're giving him that love. If I'm not around, there's a reason why he's one of my recommended streamers. If I'm not going, so yeah, definitely definitely the modus operandi if I'm not here for our future reference. Um, yeah, I do hope everyone has been having a good time. Hope if y'all have any big news, you'll let me know. Like, barely, we don't support Grand Theft Auto anymore because we hate you. Just let me know. Like, I'm unaware. Did I get canceled while I was gone? It's definitely liable. I have done some horrendous comedy that thankfully nobody ever recorded. Uh, was not good enough to merit a recording. Once we finish this, we're gonna undeafen, and we do have Danny just kind of hanging out and vibing in the chat while we do some stuff. So, yeah, we're gonna keep that roll going a little bit. Man, it's such a hard jump here. GTA keeps doing a poor job of adding in new things, so I just get to keep figuring out how to do it all myself. Yay! how to make this game fun and interesting until I'm able to roleplay it. That's probably why we'll switch over to something else. Maybe back over to some Red Dead, because it has been a while. And I do want to do a new type of character for Red Dead. He's a gentleman with two last names that are hyphenated, and he will take none of your nonsense. That's kind of another one I was thinking about doing for Red Dead when I go back into it. Junk energy, my guy. Alright, this is done. Word.
Word.
Sorry about that. And, you know, headcanon, since I'm role-playing, I'm just on a constant earpiece phone call with Mr. Danye West, so that's how I can hear him the whole time. I think it's clever. It like that Dick Johnson's with you. How you doing? My name's Dick Johnson. Ketchup on my hot dog? No, thank you. Alright. Time to go make the run of my businesses. Make sure everything's on the up and up. Don't you know I'm responsible if that comes back? So we gotta make sure everything's okay, everything's peachy. Oh, jeez. There we go. You know, that's how you recover and you get away from the scene of the accident, and you're not to blame no more. It's that chump's fault. Good thing I don't drive a distinctive car that's black and yellow with a big red hood sigil on the front of it or anything. speaking of untoward shit, let's stop at the nightclub. Usually there's some, you know, I don't want to say the word hooligans and take away from the importance of actual soccer hooligans. But there are definitely some rapscallions. Oh, causing trouble upstairs in my sanctuary? Yeah, no, I'll take care of him. Where is he at? Let's go, buddy. Ah, damn, you're passed out. That means I gotta take you home or to the hospital. Ah, jeez. To the hospital.
Okay, Marcel told me you're taking care of sleeping.
Yeah, I am.
This guy's long past the point of going home. Take him to the hospital. People dying from a good time in your club is social media fucking suicide. Trust me.
You know, at least you're getting dropped off in a nice little Hummer stretch limo. You get to feel good about what you've done, which is be an irresponsible little shit. Dick Johnson, disappointed in you, kid. Now you gotta listen to ska music. That's your punishment. You know, I was in a ska band back in college. And 1994 is the height. Alright, you caught me. It was 1984. But either way, it was the shit.
How we doing out there? Our guys still have a pulse? Because if not, this just became a very different kind of favor you're doing for me. I mean, I'm grateful either way. Just hoping we can keep things simple.
Hey, you know what, buddy? I feel like you need to get a little scared because you're gonna die. Man, not even a little spooked. I'm too good of a driver. I know what ride I need. The only ride that got me, that I kept from my previous life. God, if the missus ever came out to Los Santos, she would know this is mine in a heartbeat. And the only thing I updated was the interior. I didn't even change anything about the outside. She's gonna know. Hey, geez, why don't you watch out for the primo car here, bud? Man, you think Dick Johnson's my real name? You got another thing coming, bud. We don't talk about my old name. And that's what you call a smooth getaway. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's gonna get out of the loading bay. Thanks. Hey, children. Can you? Thank you. No, I don't want to dance. I'm from the town in Footloose. I don't want to dance. Will you freaking hoodlums move out of the way?
My friend. Me and you and Tony, that's the crew, right?
All right, let's go. Where's this one going, Tony? Another hospital run.
Well, from what I've been told, this isn't so much a taxi service as an ambulance ride, okay? Get him to the hospital.
Here we go, buddy. It's gonna be okay. Don't you worry. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna go get your stomach pumped, and then you're gonna come pass out at my club again. I know it. But in between those, you're gonna say
How we doing out there? Our guys still have a pulse?
that while you may or may not have went to a club that you were not supposed to go to,
Just hoping we can keep things simple.
you overserved yourself and still had a very good time, did you not? Or you blame it on medications. A, we didn't overserve you. And B, you had a fantastic time at the club. Deal? Deal. Alright. Now go forget everything I just said. I would just like to sell my goods at the nightclub, please, now. Thank you. And we're off. Hey, I told you. You heard it. It was the horn. See, they knew. They understood. Alright, that one's on me. That one's my bad. Sorry. Tell your insurance that it was, Ron Scagnetti. Okay, thank you. Alright, let's make sure the rest of the goods are taken care of now. Come on, we got nobody. Don't, no, stop text me. No, I don't have time for this, Marcel. You take care of it. This is what I hired you for. Thank you. Let's just sail these. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, how about we add transporting illegal goods across borders to our long list of major crimes, yeah? The buyer for this stuff wants it dropped on a barge out at sea. Take the goods to the chopper, then fly them out there.
Oh, jeez, Tony. Why are you agreeing to these fakakta type of sets up? Alright, Tony. This is a beautiful drive to be making. That means I'm going to be flying these goods at night. See, you did say you sneak on by. You do your little shoot, shoot, shoot. Yeah, what's up,
You're
Tony?
almost there. There's a cargo ball chopper waiting at the rendezvous point. Get in, attach the cargo hook to your van, and fly the whole thing to the buyer's barge. How I got into this business, I will never know. I'm reading a manual here. Position yourself above the vehicle. Remember to deploy the hook, then lower the chopper until...
Come on. Come on. Come on. This is ridiculous. There we go. Jeez. It was like trying to hook a muskie in Lake Superior. Dang near impossible. These freaking millionaires with their weird requests. No. Ow.
That didn't go well. But you know, maybe you're not the problem. Maybe if you use the workshop below the club to upgrade your delivery fleet, these trips might go a little easier. Add armor, weapons.
I don't want to hear your bullshit right now, Tony. Alright, you know what? That's it. I'm just gonna conk myself out and pretend this was all a dream. Think I am going to switch it over to Final Fantasy. Unless you're planning on sliding over to GTA, Danya.
I'm still running Hogwarts right now.
Okay. If you plan on switching back over, just let me know.
Yeah.
Dope.
Definitely.
Alright, let me add a image. This thing. Add everybody. That down over here. Also, go down the desert. Existing. Sticker. Check that placement in a second. All right. I am 2 item level down from it. All right. So I need to kind of figure out what kind of character voice I want to do for myself. I'll go standard hero. I'll go dopey. Um, And on our quest we go into the grand cosmos for yet another battle. Huh. They want nothing to do with me and my over-leveled. My strength is too much for these Wolverines. This place is called Weed, and we shall bring liberation to Weed.
Victory will be ours! Victory will be ours! Let's give it our all! Victory will be ours! Victory will be ours!
All right, team. Let's take them out. Oh, bing bong.
Have to.
Have to. Oh, the door opened.
I will not hold back. Leave the healing to me.
Take that, seeker of solitude.
I will not hold back.
Ah, fuck sticks. All right. No shortcut. No. Damn brooms. Oh shit. That's how you dispatch them. Lieutenant Sith, you are no match for the might of the warrior of the dark. The damn plants turn into...
Leave the healing to me.
Damn it! Accidentally clicked on the flippin' stream. That was so frustrating.
bud.
Yes.
That's it.
I am in the middle of an ass dungeon.
Oh, let me know when you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do. You know how we do. Alright, onto the final boss of it. Alright. You know what? Are you ready to go?
Am I ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm half packed from the last one. I got a second. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Woo! Alright. Did a fatty hit too. Lord Toththewunk, you shall die today. Lugus. The insatiable flame shall be sated today. Mwah. Are they like clicking on something? I have to find one of 4 items on fire and transfer my fire to it. Try right-clicking something on fire right away. Immediately. No. Bullshit. You shall perish, Lugus. The insatiable flame has been sated. We have vocals or no?
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
You were impressive as well, Seeker. You are a remarkable creature.
Hecklook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damned court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me, what horrors my knowledge has wrought.
We would never misuse it.
You wish only to save your friends? Nothing more? Do you swear it? No. No. Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. The others have gone to the Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel, yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the Numor with us. Had he not, Becklug would not be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. We mustn't dally here any longer. Belly, if Becklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Travel has brought me back to the Crystarium.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of FFXIV and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
I'm quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how? Why, to our sight, you say, an intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen for their souls within the Orsight. They could very well be immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to the transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls must constantly draw ether from your surroundings. The process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, this ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well then, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Iriange in creating the requisite Orsight. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beck Lug as necessary? Then let us make for Amaran, then.
Alright, bud, I think I'm gonna go ahead and head off to bed.
Alright, Home Slice.
You have a wonderful evening, good sir.
You as well. Enjoy it, and I will talk to you, if not tomorrow, some point this weekend.
Sounds
Alright.
good, buddy.
Hey, buddy. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Ulrich was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there's yet hope. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Volbert. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore I'd never get to make it, but for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. What is this? Warmth I feel in my chest. Torin, you are next. Torin stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The most severely afflicted show no response. As I feel then, 'tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Ulrich, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's the chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. No, I do think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of the relevance to your own predicament. Ooh.
And his name is John C.
What? We got a raid? Look at you. Well, thank you for the raid, Space Zombie.
Snoochie booty noochies.
Flippin' awesome. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. My name's Barely Allen, and this is Extraordinary Gaming. Called Extraordinary Gaming because it's, you know, I'm extra. I'm an ordinary the stats that I put up are very, very ordinary, and it's just short of extraordinary. Yes, Veda. Back on that Final Fantasy 14 kick indeed. I was finally able to afford it again. So that is mainly where that came from. Hello, hello. 14 is treating me very well. It's a pretty good one. I'm in the post Shadowbringers MSQ, so been grinding a little bit about that. How about you? How was your stream? Was it constant Dead by Daylight? Did you end up switching it up at all? Cast plays in Stardew, then switch over to DBD. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. How was both? How was the DBD and the Stardew? A whole 9 hours. Eesh. That is a long one. All right, very nice. That's a good mix. I'm quite envious of the all-day streams. That's flippin' awesome. Very chill, but then towards the end it got chaotic. That's reasonable. We know how that goes. We definitely know how that goes. Especially in our friend group. You know that. Chaotic's the way it goes. What, we love chaotic. Exactly. Gave some killers the business in DBD. Well, that's fucking awesome. Guys, those who were in my chat beforehand, obviously, if you haven't, there's a reason the shout out was there. Mex definitely need to give a follow, a sub, some love to Space Zombie. She's been consistent with them raids, being fantastic all the time. So definitely make sure you toss some love her way. I'm gonna throw that out again, and then make sure you go follow her right now. Hit that button. It's so easy. So fantastic. Of course, thank you. Much appreciated. The raid's fantastic. I think you might partially do it just to hear the John Cena thing every time. Every time I always forget about it, and it does like give me a little mini heart attack. Maybe. It definitely gets me with that little heart attack. Any other games been, any new games been hitting anyone's rotation? You or anyone who came along with you? I know I randomly went to get back to this finally. I put in the 2 months, and then the game gifted me 5 months on top of it. So if I would have known that, I would have been back to this a while beforehand. Yeah, the post Shadowbringers. You've not been back to 14. Okay, that's fair. It ebbs and flows. I definitely needed a little bit of the break time from it too. You know, I needed to step away from it for a hot sec, but then come back into the madness. Switched over and forgot that I had a duty waiting for me, and I was going to try to run it with NPCs, so I struggled for like a little over an hour with with a duty here at the end. It was very hard for me to concentrate on. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's always my dedication with them. I love MMOs. I want to play it all the time. I'm post Shadowbringers. Yeah, I always need to like step away from him for a while, and then I get that desire. Like, that's from when I started on MMOs with flipping RuneScape, you know? Like, it's just kind of always been the way. Yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed the Shadowbringers ending. Got Endwalker coming up. Well, I mean, I still got probably, if I had to guess, I'd say I got a couple more dungeons trials beforehand, but we'll see. Did you finish story in it, Veda? But yeah, RuneScape, my bread and butter. I always needed like months away from it. I don't know if I finished that thought or not. It's today. Yeah, I've been quite enamored with the story. The ending of this one, the confrontation. Uh, Definitely. I've been hitting the GTA quite a bit more since I've been incorporating the role playing. So let a bish know. Other than KO being broken, I'm always down. Much appreciated for the lurk too, Veda. And also who came with. Oh. And over. Take it.
Let us begin.
Ooh, let us pick look.
I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Elise.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative.
Alpha Nod, you be nice to your sister. You fucking ass.
Yes, I'm no artist.
That was the
funny.
look he gave him.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
We must indeed, Alphanod. Watch what you say. Quit bullying your sister. That's not more important than saving this child's life.
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
Name it Alphanod.
A name.
Oh, man. As they say, make it
All
Alphanod.
right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Angelo. For anyone who doesn't know, at this point in the story, or earlier in this chapter, you meet this kid and you're trying to save him from becoming this evil thing, and it's determined that there's nothing that you can do to save him. So, like, you, like, are there while he's given his last meal, you get the things for it, and you're watching while they're essentially like, yep, he's just gonna become a fucking husk of himself. Sucks, right?
Mother,
We out here saving lives. How is he, Becklock? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Ulrich. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic has much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via our site. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Bicklug said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body. That a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of the most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. I'm not sure I follow. Kaboo! His condition is eerily similar to Ulrich and the others. The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-expected ether from summoning Titan rather than light. If that follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, But who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains even unknown to me. I say this not to discourage you, but you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there's hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becthug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly positioned theories. Positive theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium. Finally, I found you! Sheer, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yomor. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of El Yomo's at stake. I have to fill up my water, so please stay right here. I'm not even going to throw up the BRB screen. I'm just going to... sit here and box step for y'all. And I will be back in like 2 seconds. Just like that, I'm back. Told you I'll be quick. Lady Chai's up in Paula. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? Such fantastic music. This is the whole reason I became a hero, to experience new places. Well, North here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. I thought that would be her.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him, for shortly after that he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Oh no, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
I'm going to be furious if he stepped out. Ugh. It makes no sense for Master Chad to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here would have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yolmo's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Volthry's apparent inexhaustible stores of mule, and no great need for money, it's a little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of the trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while, but his concerns over the city's defenses amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Volthry, and finding General Ranjit in the middle of a heap of plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the Denricks and Gate Town. We do have a duty to protect not only Yolmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recalled. Your exchange with Cornet has taught you about the perilous state of Yolmore's defenses. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come to the right. He said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. He looked like he was headed for Gate Town when last I saw him. Your exchange with Hothenbet has taught you about the poor living conditions of Kalusia's downtrodden. Oh, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chad's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the probability of granting admission to the customers from outside Yolmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yolmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yolmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Barely, if you would go and make inquiries in right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, here. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistle gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises in Mule and the chance of a lavish life among the three. And Volthree thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Volthree's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yelmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Chinez, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that was that. Yeah, let's go to the top rung, Lone Wig. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gatetown as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much as the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Then we must go quick. We must race into the way of salvation. Bradley, Alpinode, Kaishia, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers, though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plan, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphinaud, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you could do it. You got this lot up Mount Gulg, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steal Yulmore to a better future. I know it. And I want to help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. Don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs a man, more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valthry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak to those who knew him? Here in Amity, they may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristel, then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend, and to you too, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon? I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Volthra gone, Yolmor wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Renden's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yolmor together, and that is still my wish. But given how abominably you are mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yolmor, and I would not see you suffer for Volthry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yolmor's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading toward Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. That tracks. Chat, make sure you stick around till about midnight if you can. The more people we have, the better chance we'll have to raid somebody else. I always like returning the favor, and it sucks when it's just one person left.
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmor. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. This much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want, secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course, content to, as you say, wallow in indolence, in ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between
You tell him, China's.
died with VOR3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
Do it. Do it.
I rather like the sound of that.
Yes. That's what I like to hear.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Mjoln being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another to that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as the source of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantees security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the people of Yolmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinas. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Brendan, and to one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Telos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of those settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Telos? But Daedalus stonework closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose we make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at the top rung. Come with me. As our hero moves along the wretched plains, trying to avoid any encounters that may slow him from his path of ultimately getting back to the source, he carries on through the rain, determined and not letting go, a true sign of our hero's indomitable spirit. As our hero traverses these lands, he can't think back to the people that he has already left back in his home world, the ones that will definitely be missing him. We are referring, of course, to everyone who relies on the warrior of the light in the source world. The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with dashingly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yolmor. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed. But as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there to make a meal out of you. That as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishia says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beast that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? I would be honored, Master Chai. Good. Then let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai Nuz when it is safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and zoom out. Point the spyglass to Chai Nuz and give him the signal to sneak near the Talos with the mouse pointer. Did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? I believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Bailey. Ha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these telos, they will have no doubt they will lend you support. I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai, after you've tinkered with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
You tell him, Chai. Chat, hope everyone's enjoying the stream. If you have any questions about the story or kind of about what's going on, definitely make sure you toss them in. I can try to answer them. I'll do my best. Or I'll tell you I just straight up don't know. But I'll try. I have confidence. And that usually makes people think I'm right.
What's that noise?
If you're new here, my name is Barely Alan, and this is Extraordinary Gaming. It's called Extraordinary Gaming because I'm an extra person. The gaming is ordinary, and we're just short of extraordinary here. We're all about good vibes, having fun. Lately on this channel, we've been trying to do our fair share of some role play and trying to break into that world a bit. So, yeah, make sure you enjoy. If you have a good time, toss that follow, toss a little bit of love. If you don't have a good time, please don't tell me. I don't know if I can handle that kind of projection.
Stay back, all of you!
Is that...
of course I'm back. You didn't see...
Dearest, I can't...
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Please.
She's strong. It was quite a reception. One Master Tri will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the tailors has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yolmor, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No need to fret, Barely. I have never felt better. Not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are assembled there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kai Shear, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the gods know not to bar the way to Volthor's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Maybe I might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Ah, yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, sir.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? 'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night.
Say it, man.
Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individuals. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who've made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I have to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken to the office, have you given any thought? I missed it. Damn it. We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I'd much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Half bit? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folks outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting on their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Bailey. I hope to see you again before long. What a day! I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I have resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmo's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphinaud's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends. In paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better has taken its place, and I reckon I want to be part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Truly, to see Kaishia thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Gilmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. May heck the FFXIV studies have borne fruit in our absence. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yolo. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote. Oh. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Ore site? Our work did not quite proceed as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Ore site was ill-suited for our purposes. But, Uriancha, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed provide a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul, a link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orosite doth require. Plus, thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and surfeit of ether which compriseth them would in all likelihood... it would theoretically be possible to channel your minds to the Orosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Then we are no closer to solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions had turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Badly, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with the Doga and Yunai? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan Imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep the mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation. We will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it is best that Bailey return to the source and inform Creel and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in the investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Barely, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cree will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Pataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Wait for Creel's return. Yes. Making sure I got all the necessities. Yep.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back. And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood.
Yeah.
The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh.
What's wrong?
In his action, his body at least. You will not beat him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you will join me, then by all means. But what good it will do? The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Then. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, was barely a match for him. If we stay here, we might. Emperor Variance. Emperor Radiance, are you all right? We may wear out our will. Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Intruders are taking flight. I repeat, the intruders are taking flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. You cannot let them escape. Oh well, someone's been busy. Arch optimal. Volatile prototype. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Well, that's not good. this already. And here we go.
Taste my lungs.
That's the way you do it, son.
you're right.
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours, but no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye, but no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Alright.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. He may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware, though we still know next to nothing. It can't hurt to be vigilant.
And not.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here a while? And rest for a while. I'm sure Beckla can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. You soulless. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. For I know full well the prey you will seek next. Zodiac. You hear the mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. They're the talk of resetting some old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free tailors to help anyone willing to make the move. Free tailors? Ha! We'd best get packing. Steady work, boarding and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope? Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that fabled flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Mm. All right, and with this, while this goes through, while we see Maxima here, and get ready to go ahead and raid somebody else. Everyone who came out, thank you so much. There's a chance I'm going to be doing some extra streaming this weekend, but I don't know. So it could be, it could not be. We're just trying to find someone streaming some Final Fantasy who would dig in. And oh, someone I follow is streaming some Final Fantasy. So I think we're going to go ahead and slide into KT Candy stream. I want to thank everyone for coming on by. Much, much, much appreciated. Everyone is thebomb.com, and I'm so stoked about getting to do this kind of stuff with everybody. I hope we can do some more of this. I definitely love when we get to knock out some Final Fantasy XIV. It's a good exercise in doing a whole bunch of voices, so definitely good to do. Video producer, stream manager, and we are going to set up that raid. Please make sure you hang out in Katie Candies for a little bit. Make yourself known. Say what up. You know, not everyone's got my my sort of verbiage, so I always make sure I wait for them to give it first before I give it back. Thank you, everyone, again. Make sure you toss Katie Candy a follow, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time. Thank you so much. And let's pass on that love. Bye.